测试一下。
谢谢。
你好。
Hello, hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amy, your MC for this section. Please welcome our first speaker this morning, Milena Tap, from Novi Sad, Serbia, a city she proudly calls the most beautiful city in the world. She stumbled upon WordPress in 2009, finding its simplicity unmatched. While she may not claim expertise, her daily use and exploration of WP-CLI have been a constant learning journey. Today, she will share insights and blending PHP and WP-CLI knowledge to save time and bring joy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Milena Tap.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. I didn't expect this, the second day of WordCamp, first talk. And thank you so much for saying my name as it is, as it should be said. So today, first I want to see who I'm dealing with. How many of you are PHP developers? Awesome. Oh, that's a lie. I know this guy. He's not a PHP developer. But thank you for support. We need them more. And how many of you are using WP-CLI? Awesome. Have you used it in combined? Oh, this is great. So we are going to learn something new. Okay. So let me take you to a magic world. It's not a magic, it's just a website. It's yet another WordPress website, so you see, nothing special here. What is special here is I prepared some users. And we have 4 users here. We will focus on something specifically a bit later in a moment. And listing users, so WP user list is in PHP equivalent to get users, right? So if you, I'm going to make this small. If you don't want to type WP user list, I don't know why wouldn't you want, but if you don't want to do it, if you're used to on PHP, what you can do is WP eval and then execute arbitrary PHP code. So if we say get users here, we will have an error. Or we will have nothing, okay. But that is because get users is returning an array of objects. And eval just, returns a string or a value, something like that. So we can say WP eval and then perhaps print r and get users. Another one. This is a bit tricky in terminal. Okay, so now we have an array of user objects. And this is like, not, it can be useful, but you don't want to type it. So I'm going to open another session. And what else you can do is you can use a shell. And this is PHP shell. So here I can just type get users. And I get, again, array of user objects. And this is good, right? Oh, hello. Okay, so let's go back to this one. And I don't need registering date. I don't need rows. So I'm going to make this a little bit more useful. I just need ID, user, login, I believe that's how it is, display name and user email. Okay, so now we have a better list to see. So what I want you to pay attention to is this word magic. So we have it here for the first user. We have it in user email. For the second, the same. Third user is has username magic. And the Last user has no magic, it's me, and it's just control user. So what if I want to filter users with the word magic somewhere? I can say, let's go to documentation and see what I can say. Now, WP user list, help. You can have all the help you want in terminal, and the complete documentation is there. So this is important. Display WordPress users based on all arguments supported by WP user query. So let's go to, there's even a link, and let's go here and see how I can search. Well, there it is. I can search keyword and it will find matches. If search columns is left empty, then it will just search the complete profile. So I can say search. So whatever field you want to search that is column name in database, you can use this, like dash dash, the column name, and then the value you want to find. And if I say this, I get only one. And this is because it goes literal. So if I want to find all other instances, I can use wildcard. Here, like before and after. And now I have all four of them. Now what's happening here? It's happening that I have another field here. User URL. And now you see I also have magic. So if I want to do this in PHP, let's go back to shell. If I want to do this here, I would say get users, and then this accepts an array of arguments, and I'm going to say search. And search query is, I'll add a wildcard right away. Magic. Oh, what did we do? Yes, I see. Thank you. We didn't close the quote. And that is what's wrong with typing PHP in terminal. Yeah. So here we have, again, all four of them. Now, what if I want to find only users who have this word in email? So in this case, it can look like I want to find users who are on management level for this website. So the URL is magic.log, and I want to find all the staff. And I could search magic.log, but you saw that the fourth user has it in URL, so it will again show up in search. So I want to search only this one column. I want to search user email. And if I do it in PHP, as you saw here, I can say search columns, and available values are ID, user login, user email, user URL, a nice name and bad name, and display name, right? And it's an array. So let's add that. Search columns, and this is again array, and I want to use email. Is it good? Can we run it? Okay. So here, oh, thank you. So here I have this one user, author at magic.log, and the other user, admin at magic.log, and this is what is returned, right? So with PHP, we can do this. Now let's try to do it with WP-CLI. Search, columns. Oh no, it should be like this. And user, email. Oh no, it doesn't work. And this is because WP-CLI is not ready for array here. Now, let me show you places where it's ready and how it looks like. If you go to WP Post, Update or Create, and Help, you will see a number of parameters. It's scary, but if you scroll down, you can update every single column in database. And here we have post category, and it accepts array of category names, slugs, or IDs. So if I wanted to add update post to category 1, 2, 3, I would add post category 1, 2, 3. So that is an array. And this is how an associated array looks like. It's for meta input. So it's in JSON format. And that's because meta key can be any string and meta value can be any string. And this is how it looks like in writing. Now, when you type it in command. So I tried this with, with search columns. It doesn't work. I tried any kind of formatting that I could find. It doesn't work. It's just not ready yet. So what do we do in this situation? Well, this is when you can actually, this is probably a situation that I don't want to write a plugin for this, like just to export, a few users. I don't want to put code in functions PHP and go through all the pipeline, to push it somewhere. I just want to run it once, and I cannot do it with WP-CLI. So we can combine them and make our life easier and fun, and we are going to do it right now. So the great thing about WP-CLI and what I want to replicate here is, this is an error. Okay, so if I wanted to export this would export all the users, but let's say I don't wildcard here, and this is just the 2 users. I can say format CSV and just do this and say users CSV, and it's exported. So here we have user CSV, right? And if I open it with, let's say, Sublime, you see I have, oh, only this one user. That's weird. Never mind. But I have it exported, and I can export whatever I want to filter, and that's what I want. I don't want to write a lot of PHP code, and I don't have to. I'm going to show you now. So I'm going to create a PHP file, and I'm going to call it users. And let's open it. And oh, okay. Let's just call it users. And for now, we can do echo hello WordCamp Asia. Yay. So what do we do now? We say WP eval file users PHP. Hello. Do you see now what we can do? Oh my God. Okay, let's go back. So, I see a lot of people are thinking right in the morning, like it's Saturday and we all know what we are gonna do. Okay. So, let's comment this out. And let's say this is var, and I say, sorry. If we print it out, okay, now we have things to work with. Now I have in output exactly what I want. I have those two users. So what we have to do now is just, pure PHP fun, just export things to CSV. And we are going to do that. So it would be export CSV with PHP, something like that. And here is, oh, you see it's visited. Yeah. And the great thing is this first example is working just fine. So we copy it, go back here, and paste. So what we need for this is actually three functions. We need fput CSV, which will put data into CSV file. But before that, we need to open the file, and after that, we need to close the file. And here, what it accepts, it's list, and that is array of arrays. And we don't need that. We have our own data. However, our own data is array of objects. So we need to work with that as well. Just let me clean this up. Users as user. And I really don't like this FP. It means nothing in my head. It's going to be file. Now, what we want is this user to be array. But first, if we take a look what is returned here, it's an object, and then inside of it another object, and then some values, and then arrays, and we don't want that. So when you do get users, you get return the whole object, and you don't need that. And what we were returning here is, you see this? ID, user login, display name, user email. That's what we want. So first, I want to make sure I'm returning those things. And you can do that with this one, fields. And you can choose which ones you want to return. And even if you don't need that at the moment, please do use it. It's performance-wise. You don't need the whole object. Just return what you need. So here, let's clean this up a bit. And I'm a sucker for coding standards, as you can see. Right? Okay, so here, after this, I want to return fields. And the fields is also an array. I want ID. I want user, login. What was their display name? And user email. So now I have let me just comment this out. And this, all of it. So let me just see what I'm getting with this to make sure. That we are getting, there we go. It's an object. And do you see this? I don't know why we get here with object, we get double ID. But that's not our problem right now. That's something different. So let's uncomment this. And you can easily convert object to an array by just casting type, and now it's an array. Still, you will get the double ID, and if you want, we can convert it, and we will convert it to a proper array. So I also don't want this to be called file CSV. I want to be called users CSV. And what is W? If we go here to documentation, fopen, you have a lot of parameters here that you can use. So W is for just writing, and it will rewrite everything that is already in there. So it will point to the beginning of the file. If you want to keep what you already have there and point to the end of the file, you will use append, which is A. But for now, I don't mind having write. And you can also read and write and do all other things. We don't need that right away. I'm sorry, I just cannot look at this without spaces. It's early morning. I cannot pretend I'm normal. Sorry. Okay, so this should work, right? I'm going to comment this out. And let's see. I just want to delete this user CSV. Okay, and let's run it now. Oh, okay. It's there, and I think we have it open here. User CSV. Oh, we did it. But you know what I don't like? I don't like that I have no feedback at all. Like, did it happen? Do I have to open file? And we can make that. So now it's a makeup time. And there is, this was unpaid commercial for instead of WP. Okay, so a beautiful thing that WP-CLI has is internal API. And what we want to control now is the output. So we can use WP-CLI log to display a nice message like WP-CLI is doing. And I'm just gonna copy paste. This is all my career, just copy pasting from documentation. That's why I'm there. So here I want to say something like reading user, and here we are going to say user, and it's array at this point. So let's say display name, right? And let's run it again. Oh, there's been critical web. Okay. What have I done now? Hold on. Uncaught error. Cannot use object of type. Oh. We passed some kind of object somewhere. Okay, let's just convert this into, oh, it's only here. Okay. If we say user equals array user, now it should be user for everyone. That's what you get when you improvise during talk. Okay, rating user, right. And, oh, okay, thank you, 5 minutes. So what if I want to add some more things, like I want to show a table like WP-CLI is showing it here, right? I can go back to internal APIs and use this one, like format items. And you can use it as a table and JSON and CSV and whatnot. I'm gonna copy it and put it here. So the format is table, and items is, let's see, an array of items to output. We have an array inside this for each loop of it. We don't have it in here. So outside of it, it's still an object. So I'm gonna say items. Oh wow, okay. Items is an array. And now here items, and let's add that user. And now items is ready, and fields is actually the table headings. So it's an array of just strings to be table headings. And I already have that here, so I'm just gonna take this out. And I'm gonna call this fields, and up here, fields equals this. And now it should be ready. So if we run it again, oh, this is awesome. So you can do, we don't have enough time, but you can do the same thing with importing. You know, create the same script, so you can run it because you only know that it's on server. You can run it whenever you want. It's not a plugin. Nobody can mess with it. You don't have to spend a lot of time writing and going through the whole pipeline and everything. It's there. You created it on server. You run it. You exported it. You imported it, and you are so happy, right? Okay, and I hope you see the potential in mixing those things. So everything that you cannot do with WP-CLI, you can do with PHP and just, you know, mix it up. And my name is Milana Tsap. I'm WordPress engineer and the loudest member of WordPress documentation team. I'm also a classical musician, so if you want to talk about anything of that, you know, we can talk about it. If you're a company and you have, you're earning from WordPress and you have a budget for open source, please do support Inclusion in Tech. This is initiative to help speakers travel, you know, and pay their costs for going to WordCamps and speak. So if they're underrepresented, time is up, okay. If, you know, you can help a few more voices to show up and talk. And I hope you had fun. I had fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Milana. Thank you for sharing this magic journey with us. Now we are open for Q&A.
What was the? Oh, whoa. Good morning. What was that thing that you wanted to show us? You said we don't have time, but
I wanted
give us a homework.
A homework, yeah. Let's do homework. So you create another script like this, but this is not for exporting CSV, but for importing items from the CSV file. So you create users. You can use hint WP create user or WP insert user, whichever you want, but you can create the same script for importing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you learn something new today? Thank you. That's what I wanted. If
Okay,
you don't
Milan.
ask me something, I'll start asking questions. So what did you learn?
Okay, I have a question for you.
Okay, shoot.
Okay. How much time of learning WP-CLI does it take to start using it?
0. You can start using just one command, and then next week add another 2 commands, and then you will just include more and more commands, and you will start combining it with other CLI tools. Hopefully, it's so much fun. Please try it. And then you will start doing things with PHP and everything. So you can start using it right away. You don't need to learn the whole tool. You don't need to learn the whole environment. You can just start using 1 command or 2 commands and just keep adding them. Thank you. That's a great question. I actually gave her that question.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I
Any more
guess.
questions?
Yep.
Are there any? Oh, that's loud.
I know.
Hey, oh.
Hey.
Are there any other languages you can combine with WP-CLI in that same way, besides PHP?
Well, I don't know if you consider it a language, but any CLI tool can be combined with this. And that's the beauty of CLI, because they all work together. I haven't tried with anything else. And I really doubt, because WP-CLI is based on PHP. So, yeah, I don't think so. But if you can try for homework and just tell me, did you make it? Yeah.
Maybe we could combine AI with it.
Oh.
That'd be fun.
That would be scary. Let's try. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are rolling.
I guess another approach to do something similar would be to create custom CLI commands, but I guess
Yep.
it takes a bit more time to write. Are there other differences between the two, or is it just kind of time saving with your approach?
Well, it depends what you need it for. Like if you create another command, I would create it if I knew I would use it, from now on. But if this is just what I use for one site,
Thing.
I think it's, what is the value of it and how much time I spend with it. So I would personally just develop custom WP-CLI command for everything, but it's not useful, for my time. So you just gauge what is used for. Thank you.
Thank you for the talk. I learned quite a bit.
Thank you.
Just more of a fun question. Do you have any examples of a time where you used it in a weird or an interesting or creative way?
Oh, I cannot show you that. It's client work. I use eval command more than I'd like to admit. I use it for a lot of things, but mostly when there is what was very useful, like I'm connecting, doing a third-party API integration, and I need data to be populated only once. So I don't want to, write a lot of code, put it in a plugin or whatever. It doesn't need to be there. So this is the perfect example of that. You develop it in local, just copy paste that script, don't play on production, but just copy paste that script there, run it once, nobody knows you were there. There are logs, but you can delete it.
Kind of here, kind of piggyback on that question. Like, what is your few favorite commands? Like, what is the one that it's so good that you're scared of? Like, what it can do?
What it can do? Oh, there are many things that you can do. A lot of things. Um, I'd say, as a developer, my favorite command is scaffold, and I would love to give some of my time to invest there to create amazing things. It's already doing amazing things, but we can make it better. But the things that you do with, it's another talk, it's alias talk. You know, you can, in one line, you can export database for external website and import it into internal. It's a great fun to do it, but if you do it, you know, on production, it can put it on maintenance mode, and I learned that on clients' projects. So don't do that. But those kind of things can be dangerous depending on where you're working. I'd say everything that you suspect could be dangerous, and anything could be dangerous, because if you have root access, you are the most powerful person on the server. So, you know, just be aware of that. So if you are not really sure what it can do, just do it on staging. Thank you.
Thank you, Milena. And
Thank you.
maybe a stupid question, but can we spam WP-CLI by using it in PHP file?
Yes. Yeah.
Can you please explain how is it possible?
To use WP-CLI in PHP.
WP-CLI in PHP files, programmatically.
Yeah. So let me go back. I'm not gonna write code now, but here in internal APIs, what you can do, if we had more time, we could probably do that, but there is a command, like here, execution. So you can use this run command, and we could have put in this file run command and any WP-CLI command with all parameters. So you would run WP-CLI to run PHP file, which will run WP-CLI command. It's amazing. You can do that. Yeah. Just for fun, you know. Why not? Okay.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
Milena.
Thank you.
I'm pretty
Thank
sure
you.
anyone have any more questions,
Yes,
you can definitely
finally.
find her in a conference later today.
Yes.
And thank you again. On behalf of WordCamp Asia, we would like to give you a thank you gift.
Oh, thank you. This is vital. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Take the shoes.
The shoes.
Yeah. Hello. Thanks.
Thank you all. Now is a break time. The next presentation will start soon.
matter. I might just be up on the stage because then there's less. I can just pace.
Okay.
Otherwise, like I'll just pace in the corner and I'll look really weird.
Okay, yeah, of course, no worries.
One, two, one, two. Test, test. I have peas and carrots, peas and carrots. Oh, this moves. Yes, deep fried terribles. Apparently I'm known as the terrible.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Amy, the NC for this section. Please welcome our next speaker, Robert Lee from Brisbane, Australia. He's a principal solution engineer at WP Engine. In his talk, he will give us a quick overview of generative AI and its impact on WordPress. He will also show us how to build our own end-to-end model and chatbots use our own data. Let's welcome Robert Lee.
Thank you for the very nice introduction, Amy. Do you want to give a round of applause to Amy? She's working a thankless job. So, hi, my name is Robert. I'm supposed to go to an introduction slide of myself, right? So we're talking about generative AI today. As Amy said, I am a principal solutions engineer at WP Engine, and I like fried taro balls. That's apparently what everyone knows about me now. To begin with, I just want to make some disclaimers. So firstly, I am not an AI researcher. I'm only really interested in the practical application of AI in a WordPress setting. There are, of course, plenty of other ways that artificial intelligence is applied in the real world. Today, we're really only going to be talking about generative AI and large language models. We're going to be going through this like a freight train. So there will be a lot of code that kind of goes over your head. That is okay. If your brain hurts, so does mine. There will be, this is designed to be accessible, so there will be a Colab notebook after this that you guys can take a screenshot of, and you can actually access all the resources yourself, so you can build the same thing that we built here. Last thing, we're going to be relying on open source technologies primarily, and I know there are definitely easier ways to do what we're about to do today, we're going to use a little bit of it, but not a whole lot. One prime example would be something like OpenAI. So, to start, I want to begin with a story about how I got introduced to generative AI. It was about mid-2023, I remember. It was around about 2 o'clock in the morning. I work as part of an international team, and of course, being from Australia, no one gives any sort of attention to sort of my schedule. He knows. And so we typically do like team meetings around about like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Because it's 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, I get special dispensation. No one cares if I'm awake, asleep, paying attention, or drunk. Doesn't matter. So one of these kind of meetings, 2 o'clock in the morning, I was barely awake. I was talking to a colleague of mine, and he'd recently spoken to me about a plugin that he built using generative AI. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. So he showed me how to do it. Before I go any further, who here has heard of something like Copilot? Oh, lots of hands. All right. Who here doesn't use it? Liars. For those of you who don't know what Copilot is, it's basically a generative AI code assistant. Okay? So you can ask it questions within your IDE and say, hey, build me this snippet of code, or what's wrong with this snippet of code, and it'll give you a response. It also allows you to create code that's kind of functional a lot of the time. So what I did was, around about 2 o'clock in the morning, I plugged in some prompts. It was for a plugin that I've been working on for a couple of years. I'm like, give it a shot. Zipped it all up, chucked it onto my WordPress site. Voila, it worked. And I was like, oh, yes! And then I was like, oh no. So, agenda today, we're going to start with a brief 30,000-foot snapshot of what generative AI is today. Then we're going to talk about those challenges, because of course it's come out really quickly into public consciousness. We're going to talk about how to use it in an open source sense. Then, once we've kind of figured out how we're going to use it, so we'll go through that whole demo, we're going to talk about protecting your data. And then lastly, we're going to talk about the future of AI in WordPress, how it might be implemented in WordPress, or what I'm seeing. Then we're going to go into some key takeaways, but probably the last section, and I think the most important, is I'm going to leave you guys with a call to action about what WordPress can do for the future of AI. So let's start. In terms of the current state of AI, I'm sure a lot of you have watched the state of WordPress in the last couple of years. Matt Mullenweg has talked about learning AI deeply, and he said it a couple of times, right? And then, November of 2022, ChatGPT came out. And while AI has been around for a lot longer than ChatGPT, ChatGPT was the first application where it came into the public consciousness. And hit the mainstream. Since then, research and practical applications have been developed in this space at a rate that I haven't really seen in any other technical sector. You can see it here with this long list of milestones. It's kind of years worth of research and development in the space of like 18 months. In my opinion, generative AI has become the most transformative technology since the invention of the iPhone. It has and it will forever change the way that we consume digital media in the future. But time to get a little bit technical. What is all of this, okay? So generative AI is built upon what we call large language models, or LLMs. You've probably seen that around, that acronym, or synonym, I don't know what it's called. In the most simplistic sense, large language models are basically machine learning taken to the nth degree. If you can see here, you have what's called a neural network, and we call it a neural network because it mirrors the structure of the human brain. There is an input layer up the top, okay, and that's where you feed it information. It's a bit like your eyes, your nose, your ears. And then that information is processed within a series of nodes within hidden layers, okay? And that would be the neurons within your brain. That data emulates the human, or that structure emulates the human brain. And basically, with large language models, vast amounts of data are fed into that. Basically, the output layer at the bottom generates a human readable output, and these are checked for correctness. So, for example, you know, your teacher might ask you what is 3 + 3. You say 24, and she says you're an idiot, and that is a way of correcting that model. So, over time, these models are refined in their predictions. They're going to gain billions of parameters. That's why we see, you know, when they say, "Hey, Gemini came out, it had like 70 billion parameters," or something like that. And the point of having all of these parameters is that there are an innumerable number of patterns that we as humans can't comprehend. And this allows large language models to produce outputs that we would recognize as human-like, because we as humans do the rest by imparting meaning into these outputs. And that's why they appear so magical. So, of course, with all of this development, there have been, you know, a lot of challenges, right? So first, these foundational models are so large now that they require a lot of computing horsepower to train, okay? And that means that only the organizations with the most amount of cash are able to train these foundational models. And so there's a lack of diversity in these models. There's also an emergent licensing agreement sort of system that's coming out. And it means that, you know, rightly, you know, these, the media publishers that we train these models on get paid for that work, but it does make it even more expensive to train them. Secondly, just because there is a large amount of data doesn't mean that that data isn't either noisy or false, or in some niche cases, even there is a lack of data. Of course, all of this data is also taken at a point in time, and so much of it is old, and then, therefore, this can create outputs which are false. And we call these hallucinations. And because generative AI doesn't really know anything outside of the universe of what they've been told, these hallucinations can be very convincing. Thirdly, because these models are so large, researchers have difficulty predicting their behavior. And it also means that it's very difficult to model risk. So oftentimes, they won't know how to create safeguards until something has already happened. But lastly, and perhaps one of the most long-reaching effects, is the fact that these large language models can create what I call a creatively reductive environment. And what I mean by that is that these large language models, they allow you to create really high-quality media and content very quickly with very little training. And because this is generated from the input of billions of points of data, it's also very, very difficult to attribute where the influence comes from. And this incentivizes the proliferation of copycat media, including software and code, and disincentivizes original innovation. What this can create is an internet that is full of content, but it's always similar and sometimes false. Economists have a term whereby a common good has been used to the point where it no longer has any value, and it's called the tragedy of commons. I like to adopt that term and say this end state would be called the tragedy of the digital commons. And this isn't some far-off reality, right? It's already begun. So for example, right now, New York Times is suing OpenAI for training GPT on copyrighted material. And also Stable Diffusion and Midjourney, which are large language models that are designed to generate images, is being sued for copying styles of artists. In regards to emergent licensing, for example, Shutterstock, Associated Press, Axel Springer, they've already begun agreeing to or creating agreements with AI companies. It's also happening in the space of journalism. For example, I mean, this is always going to happen. BuzzFeed is now creating its listicles with AI. Sports Illustrated, that person there, Drew Ortiz, is not a real person. He is Skynet. That third one there I find the most problematic. CNET Money, okay? They've started creating financial advice by using AI. In the creative space, I want to ask a question. Who here thinks the first one was generated with generative AI? Okay. Second one? And the one on the left? Okay. Good job, everyone. You're all correct, right? All three of these won competitions in 2023, okay? So, the cat is already out of the bag. So what do we do about it, right? Well, we can make this work with open source. So let's start with what we already have. Firstly, we have a place on the internet called Hugging Face. It's basically the GitHub of large language models. There's about 350,000 models on there already, and these are getting larger and more sophisticated over time, right? The great thing as well is the king of the hill kind of models, like for example, Mistral, GPT, Claude 3 that was just released, these are actually all built with open source tooling. And so those tools are also available to us if we want to build those models. Secondly, you can take these open source models. Oftentimes, these large foundational models will create kind of generalized outputs that aren't always good for every use case. So if you want to create something that's more specific to your use case, you can take these open source models. You can actually fine-tune them or embed data within them to create more targeted outputs. And not only that, you control that model and you control your own data. But how do we do this? Okay, now we're going to get nerdy. So let's start from the beginning. This is easy. Generating code, okay? You've all heard of Copilot. If you guys don't want to use something that is, say, closed source, that's controlled by a company like Microsoft, then you could use some Hugging Face tools. So for example, there's a thing called Hugging Face Chat. It allows you to basically plug any sort of large language model into the back end of it, and then you can start asking questions of it. So really, really easy to get away with doing some inference. So for example, you can see here I'm asking it to create a plugin that says Hello World, a page that builds a page for that. There are also a lot of out-of-the-box tools that you can use that do a similar thing to Copilot that don't require you to use the same models that they provide. But I want to give a special shout-out to a tool that I use. It's called Cody by SourceGraph. And the reason why I want to give it a shout-out is that, again, it allows you in the back end to plug in open source models to help you with code generation. So for example, it gives you access to things like Mistral, as well as StarCoder 1 and 2. Once you've figured out that you're going to be, or how you're going to be generating code, there's a couple of ways to customize the AI that's going to help you do that. Firstly, on the left, you have fine-tuning. And this basically involves taking a foundational model and training it with more data. For example, if you take a model and you want it to behave a little bit more like Christopher Walken, you may ingest a lot of Christopher Walken quotes and tell it to more cowbell, right? Now, what will happen is once you've ingested all of these quotes and you ask it a question, it may give you the mannerisms of Christopher Walken when it responds to you and add a lot of more cowbell to the end of everything, but you won't be able to control the specifics of the output itself. For a more specific output, you'll want to do what's called embedding. And this is a second way that you want to kind of shape the output of your large language model. And the way that that works is you're going to take existing data that you have, we're going to put it in an external database called a vector database. And that way, the large language model can use the context that's provided by the data in that external database to give you a more targeted output, right? An example might be, if you want to create, say, a financial forecast for your company, right? You might ingest a lot of historical financial data into a vector database and then say, tell me what 2025 is going to look like for me, and it'll spit out something that looks very similar to like what you ingested. In order to do this, we're going to do a bit of a demo today. Like I said, it's going to go like a freight train, so please don't get scared. I'm scared enough. I'm going to start by exporting data from our WordPress site into a CSV file from the MySQL database. We're going to manipulate that data so it can be accepted into a large language model. Then we're going to fine-tune it with a package called AutoTrain, which is created by Hugging Face again. And then we're going to be taking the same data and embedding it into a vector database created by ChromaDB. Then we're going to chain all of that together and put it back on our WordPress site as a chatbot. Okay? To do this, you need some Python. Of course, you need your aforementioned Hugging Face. You need some sort of hyperscaler. In my case, I'm using AWS. You can use anything else that you want. To make it a little bit easier, I'm also going to be using an OpenAI endpoint, but there is actually, within the Colab notebook that I'm giving you guys, an open source way to do this as well. Right. So let's start with my website. It's called robs.kitchen. Now, I love baking, but I'm also extremely lazy. So this entire website was built with generative AI. There is a backlog of about 100 recipes in there, all with the images as well, and that's the kind of seed data that I'm going to be using to train my AI. Once I've exported my data, it'll look something like this. You do need to format it in a way where you have input parameters and you have one target output parameter, which you can see in the red where it says text. Okay, I'm supposed to use a pointer, so there, text, it's red. Now, I'm not going to show you how to kind of export your data. Probably the easiest way to do it is something like PHP-MyAdmin. If you don't have a lot of data, right, not a lot of posts, things like that, you can use something like Excel to manipulate it, or if you're fancy, you can use other tools. Okay, if you find that the data that you have here isn't sufficient and you want to create sort of a larger data set to train off, then open source directories like, for example, Kaggle are a really good resource to go off. Right. Before we fine-tune, you'll need the Hugging Face Write API key. I'm assuming this video works. Awesome, it does. So when you go to Hugging Face, you just need to go into your settings. You can see access tokens, and you just need to copy that key. Make sure it is the right key, because if you do the read key, you won't be able to do half of this demo. Today, we're going to be starting with a model called Tiny Llama. It is a foundational model, which is built on the 3 billion parameter Llama model, also Meta's Llama model. And we're going to be using Hugging Face's AutoTrain Advanced. Now, keep in mind, when you train off a foundational model, the size of the model dictates how long that training exercise will take. For example, this only has 1.1 billion parameters, right? So it's not very big. But it took me about 20 to 25 minutes to fine-tune, okay? So if you think about like a 70 billion parameter model, right? Well, you'll be pretty old by the time it's done. So, all right. Next thing you need to go through is the Colab notebook. Again, as I mentioned, I'm going to give you guys a link to this afterwards so you can follow along. But we're going to go to a section called Fine-Tune Your Foundational LLM. Then you'll need to connect to some compute, which I've done here, and you need to upload some data, and you need to rename it as train.csv. Then you need to remember to press play on the first cell there, and it'll install all of your dependencies, because of course this is a fresh instance, right? You can see it's doing it there. And then you'll need to make sure you remember to put in a model name to push it to Hugging Face, right there. It's gone really quick. Basically what will happen is once you press play and it starts training here, which is what it's doing, it'll create a model out of the end of that, like a pickle file, and it'll upload it to Hugging Face for you to do later. Or use later, right? As you can see now, this is hosted on Hugging Face. This is a real model, so you guys can play with it later if you want to have a model to ask it baking recipes, right? An easy way to deploy it into production workloads is to use something like Hugging Face endpoints, like this one. And this creates an API server which allows you to host that model. It also provides you some examples of how you can run it. Just as you can see here, I've provided some example prompts that you can use, and it'll also allow you to fill out the API key so you can use the code snippets. And there you go, you can ask it some questions. Now, keep in mind, this is a very small model, so when it does respond, the performance isn't that great. It kind of responds like a 5-year-old will just say the same thing over and over again. So the larger models will give you better performance. But as I mentioned, fine-tuning only gets you kind of halfway there, right? This is fine for general responses. But if you want more controlled, narrow outputs, you'll need to get into embedding. And today, we're going to be, like I say, using ChromaDB. Now, ChromaDB I like using because it's small, it's very easy to deploy, lightweight, etc. But isn't particularly powerful. Some other options that you might want to consider are, and these are open source, are Milvus, which is kind of the OG of vector databases, and Weaviate, right, which is one of the more popular or powerful open source database solutions out there. The reason why these ones are popular is because they do come with some other features that, you know, obviously when a company controls the whole stack, they can provide you. Also today we're going to be using AWS, and we're going to use AWS to deploy ChromaDB. In the notebook, you're going to find a full JSON template for an AWS CloudFormation that is literally a matter of just copying and pasting this whole thing into a JSON file and uploading it to CloudFormation to spin up that stack. As you can see in the script here, all it's doing is it's pulling the latest ChromaDB Docker image, and then it's running a script from MyGist that basically allows you to reinitialize it and change the API key if you want to, just in case you've accidentally leaked it to someone. Then once you've copied all of that into a JSON file, which I'm doing right here. Yep, this was me doing it in the past, and I was really slow. And then you just need to go to CloudFormation, go create stack. You need to upload that file. Now, one thing is that after you've uploaded that file, you need to give it a name. You need to give it a Chroma API token. This is the way that you would securitize that API or the endpoint to this ChromaDB database. And then you need to make sure that you have at least a T3 small instance or similar to be able to run this. When you stand this up, there are a couple of things I will say. It is a little bit deceptive. When AWS spins this up, it'll say, hey, this stack is finished building, but it actually takes a few minutes to initialize after that because it will pull the Docker image, it'll initialize everything, and then it needs to start up ChromaDB. But once you've done, okay, you just need to make sure, here we go, create complete. And then we'll just connect to it. One thing I want you guys to make a note of is the IP address, the public IPv4 address, because we will need to use that later. You can see that up the top in the middle up there. And we'll just connect to it. I can skip this bit, that's fine. All right, to test it, we want to go back to the Colab notebook, and we want to go to the section called Embed Data for RAG. Make sure you install the Python dependencies again and enter the API keys, right? Again, like I said, I'm going to be using OpenAI here so we can access a couple of easier models to get this going. But we'll want to make sure we also then upload the data into that vector database to make sure that we can make that RAG bot work. This time, we're using the same data when we upload it, okay? But you want to make sure that you typically have the most up-to-date or relevant data. For example, in the future, you might want to, say, put more posts in there, etc. All right, there we go. We just need to copy the path, put it into the data file, and then that'll fill that field out for you, and then it's now referencing that data. You also want to make sure, as I say, the Chroma host IP address is the IPv4 public address I was talking about before. Port 8000 is the default, and then you can see that that's the Chroma API token key. Now, ChromaDB handles sort of tables like as collections, so you just want to give the collection a name. I'm just going over here. Okay, and then as you'll see, we're just uploading it there. Just need to press play on that. Takes a lot longer than I expected. By the way, I didn't pray to the demo gods today, and that's why they're being unkind to me. I do apologize. Okay. Now, it does typically take a while for this to upload. What's happening is there is an embedding model in the background that's chunking up all of that data into tokens, and it's uploading it into the vector database, those vectors. But as you can see, now that it's done, you see there's a new recipe collection that's come up called recipes final. Then you want to test that by seeing how many items are in that. So for example, my data set had 61, and you can see that there. And then you also want to set it as a retriever, and then also test that it's working, right? So in this case, I'm asking it a prompt, what cake uses the most eggs? And all it's doing at this point is pulling the most relevant data. It's not creating anything new, right? This is what's called semantic search, okay? And it's pulled back this particular making king, what is it? The King Mardi Gras cake, right? After we've done all of that, we want to chain this all together with a tool called LangChain that basically allows you to kind of connect all of these disparate pieces that allow generative AI to work. And this is where you can actually implement, or you can connect a foundational or a fine-tuned large language model to the vector database that we've just created, okay? Right, so we get that to work, and then what we can do is we can ask it a question, for example, how much flour would be needed to make 24 cupcakes? Now keep in mind, this question, or sort of 24 cupcakes in general, is not something that was part of the original data set. So this is where we start getting generative. This is creating an output where it tells you a very specific response, right, with the data that's already provided. So you can see here, to make 24 cupcakes, you would need 3 cups of all-purpose flour. Now, of course, you can't deploy something just from a notebook, so we want to take this code and deploy it as an API server. Recently, LangChain, basically the Microsoft Office of generative AI workflows, released a package called LangServe. And this is based off a Python project called FastAPI, and it makes the deployment of embedded large language models as API endpoints much easier. Again, you want to fill out the parameters, as you can see there, and you just need to copy all of this code into a main.py Python file in your code editor, which will come up in a sec. So we'll copy that into my VS Code. We'll create a main.py file. Okay. By the way, my presentation also has AI running in the background, so I'm just praying with it. Please move along faster. It has its own personality. Sometimes it doesn't like me very much, right? So what we're doing here, or what it's doing here, is it's creating a Python environment to be able to run this Python file. We want to obviously, again, install the dependencies for it. You can see it's up there in the first cell. So you run that within the Python environment. Again, this is a fresh environment, so nothing's on it just yet. And then once you've installed all of those dependencies, and this will take a little while because these are pretty big. Okay. Et voila. And then you can invoke the main.py file now. It should have everything it needs to run. Awesome. What you will see is it will come up with a thing called LangServe. There you go. And then that allows you to basically go to a local server and type in your 000 IP address and the port to access it. If you go to the playground URI, which you can see I've done there, you have a ready-made RAGbot that you can start using. As you can see, there are a few iterative steps that it's going through to answer this question. Includes getting information from the vector database, and then it responds with some information to create the response to that question, as you can see. Cool. You can also continue to add queries to it as well, and this will add to that context as well. So it'll refer to the previous responses in order to generate the next output. Well, there you go. Awesome. Now, of course, running LangServe locally doesn't serve production purposes. No one's going to like tunnel into your computer and be like, yo, let's use this as an API server. So you want to be able to Dockerize this, and there are some intermediate steps that you need to take to be able to host that image into, say, a cloud, like a container registry, and then again, deploy it into the cloud. Now, I've actually included all of these steps in the Colab notebook, so you can actually take these steps, and that also takes into account if you're using, say, for example, an M1, 2, or 3 Mac, which has different architecture, it will work with that. So please check that out in the notebook, and you can get your own sort of API endpoint working. But at the end of this, once you've deployed your API server and connect it back to your WordPress site, you can do what I've done here, which is create a custom block where you can ask it a question, it'll go through the same steps, and it will get you, in this case, a recipe for a chiffon cake. Now, on that same site, like I said, that you can ask it. Oh, my time is up, so I'm going to go really quickly now. You can also see the playground, the Colab notebook, and everything in there as well to get this working. Throughout this whole demo, there have been a lot of technologies that have been connected together in order to make this work. And so I want to call out a few resources that I used that may help you. For example, the website at Containers on AWS This is actually maintained by the AWS guys themselves, so this gives you a lot of CloudFormation templates to get started. The second thing that you might want to refer to is the LangChain integrations page. And this has all of the integrations that LangChain puts together and has very robust community-created documentation. If you are trying to create your own RAG chatbot, this is perhaps the first place I would recommend you start, okay? Finally, obviously, there's a lot of code and a lot of work that goes into creating something like this. So if you just want to get your hands dirty and just get going right away, something that I can recommend, or a couple of plugins that I can recommend, Meow Apps creates something called AI Engine, and this allows you to create sort of bulk sort of content, allows you to, gives you a co-pilot to kind of help you create material or create posts, things like that. The only thing with this is that it doesn't connect to open source models in the back end. The same can be said for a new plugin that came out called AI Power. It does a very similar thing, slightly more granular control, but again, it doesn't allow you to connect to open source models. This is the slide that you want to take a picture of, okay? So this here is the QR code to access the website, robs.kitchen. Keep in mind, if you all access it once, the server will probably go down, so please try again later. The password is fried taro balls. The username is WordCamp Asia 2024. Okay. All done. Lots of phones going up. Sweet. Done. All right. So once you've created the data, and that's something to protect, you can use kind of these methods to be able to stop, say, for example, those large AI companies from scraping your website. The first one is you can use some traffic analysis tool. You probably already use that, and you can use something like Google Analytics to see if anything weird's coming in. Then you want to, for example, disallow directives in robots text. For example, this is the file within your file system that tells bots what to do. But obviously, bots don't always respect that. And so something you can do that's a little bit more invasive is create IP and user agent block lists in your web server. Then, if obviously you're human, you don't know all the bots that exist out there. If you can't, counteract all of them, then you can rely on a bot management service, such as one that's provided by Cloudflare. And the last thing, perhaps the most invasive thing, is using something like captchas or JavaScript challenges. One cool thing, though, that you can do is when you're protecting your images, you need to do it a little bit differently, but you can use something like Glaze, which is an open source library that's been created by University of Chicago. And the way that it works is that it slightly poisons the images that you have in your website. You don't know, you can't tell any difference, but if you run training models across them, as you can see, 50, 100, 300 training runs, when you request a dog, you now get a cat. When you request cubism, you get anime, etc. All right, last section, we're going to go through really quickly. So what will the future of AI bring for WordPress? So in plugins, I see that there's already SEO-conscious material being created by plugins. Secondly, there's going to be AI-generated video coming out very soon. If you guys have been keeping an eye on things, Sora is a big thing right now. And of course, Stable Diffusion is coming out with their own model very soon as well. Lastly, for content creation, there's going to be AI agents. As Noel, thank you for coming, said in his keynote, these are going to allow people to create content with agents just using directives. You don't need to give it any material yourself. It will do the research, editing, publishing for you. For developers, they're not left out either, right? You will soon be able to use vector databases like you use MySQL databases. There are already companies working on technologies to make them compatible, for example, Redis. Right? And what that means is that you can stream usage data from your website into these vector databases to create hyper-personalized, up-to-date, one-to-one user experiences. Secondly, agents are also coming out for developers. In fact, probably even faster. For example, AutoGen, GPT Engineer, these are things that people are already using today. And they will allow you to create WordPress sites, including plugins and themes, custom functions, etc., with no code, only directives. For large language models themselves, they're obviously becoming multimodal. Gemini was the first one to come out. Obviously, GPT-5, etc., when they're coming out, will do the same thing. And this means that they will be a single model that accepts and outputs responses that will be both visual, audio, and video. Secondly, these models will start to get more efficient, and they already are. For example, they're starting to use sort of more efficient training mechanisms, so they'll become smaller and more powerful. Not only does that mean that's going to live on your devices, but it also means that because they're more scalable, they will be able to scale much larger and do crazier things with less power, okay? And lastly, these will all be chained together with tools like LangChain, but in ways that are no code or low code. A lot of new tools coming out for that. So some key takeaways that we came away from this presentation. One, we saw the overview of generative AI. We learned about what an LLM was. We saw the challenges that presented, and we also learned how to kind of build that together and create your own end-to-end RAG chatbot. What you can do today, you can code with an open source generative AI agent. You can fine-tune your own model, right? You can embed data, and then you can connect that back to your stack to make it work. And finally, if you don't want to do any of that, you can use a plugin. But there is one more important message that I want to leave with you guys today. This is the call to action. And I think this is about how WordPress can affect the future of AI itself. Now, we know that this is the beginning of the AI journey. Eventually, everything is going to be embedded with AI, from websites, e-commerce stores, CRMs, you name it. Your phone, right? But one of the things we found out in this demo is that data is everything, right? And what has some of the most data on the internet? But WordPress, right? WordPress is still over 40% of the web, right? And so I say that WordPress will shape the future of generative AI. And in doing so, I give you guys a challenge. My challenge to you is to tune and embed your own open source large language model to create unique, differentiated digital experiences, right? So that we can all add some color back into the digital commons. As WordPress once democratized website creation, open source large language models will democratize code and content creation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert. It's a very cool slides. Now we're open for questions and answer, Q&A time.
I made the timer really mad.
Thank you. So thanks, Robert. Very insightful. On the topic of efficiency of training models, you and I, we both obviously just use, when we train models, we retrain the whole model.
Yes.
Have you tried a more...
Like QLoRa or something like that?
Yeah, or more decant, so models that are actually able to do training on incremental steps, so we don't have to train all the models again in that case?
If I'm going to be honest, no,
Okay.
right? Auto-train by default, the reason why I didn't play around with the hyperparameters is it already actually uses PEFT and QLoRa. So it can actually create like really quantized and efficient models. But no, I haven't done incremental training yet, no.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, thank you for your talk. I'm now a master's student in machine learning, especially for speech signal processing.
Awesome.
But also the reason about the knowledge about LLM. I'm curious about the data denoising because first, if we want to train a LLM, especially if the transformer-based model, it needs a lot of data. So is it for a challenge for an individual to train their own LLM, or is it more capable for a big company because they have more data, they have multiple, maybe hundreds of WordPress websites, and yeah.
Really good question, and the answer may surprise you. So obviously, I work for a reasonably large company, right? And we also, deal with a lot of data. This particular example, obviously, is built off like one WordPress site, which has a pretty limited data set, right? And let's say you want to augment it using something like Kaggle. Kaggle's already denoised, right? That's a very, clean sort of source of data that you can refer to. But let's say you're trying to get data from, let's say, you work in a large company, and there's thousands of users that are like importing data into like Salesforce and whatever other analytics tool or thing that, and none of it is clean. That conversely, like contrary to what you might believe, large language or large companies probably have the biggest problem with data denoising. Okay, and it's a problem, if I'm going to be honest, that we haven't quite solved yet. Okay, and so my suggestion to people, if they kind of want to sort of experiment with large language models, don't start with a really large data source first. Start with a clean, small data source. You want to obviously validate your models first, right? And then you need to create from scratch a data pipeline which builds into it denoising as part of the process before it gets into a data lake. Because once it gets into a data lake and it starts building up, right, and you haven't put any denoising into it, and a lot of companies have done that, they've just thought, let's collect all the data and then worry about it later. Bad idea, right? Because if you can't access or use that data, then it's pretty useless, okay?
Hey, Robert.
Hi, Michelle.
So I logged into ChatGPT and said, what is a question to ask a speaker about generative AI?
Oh, this is dangerous.
And this is what I came up with. What potential ethical considerations or safeguards should be implemented when deploying generative AI models in real-world applications?
This is a thorny question.
I'm so glad I didn't have to think of it myself.
Well, here's the thing. So I don't know if you guys have been keeping an eye on the news. Obviously, Google Gemini recently had a bit of a boo-boo, right? Where it was creating images which are a bit problematic from a historical perspective. I'll put it that way, right? Now, the reason why that is the case is that they did a similar thing here in that when you give it an input, it actually shapes that prompt by adding additional context. And one of those contexts was to try and create ethnically diverse and gender-neutral outputs, right? Unfortunately, if you ask it to give you a Nazi, it will give you a gender-neutral and, ethnically diverse Nazi, right? And that doesn't obviously jive with historical accuracy. And so it's really, really important to, and this is the case for anyone who is implementing generative AI technology into their own sort of corporate environments, is to test, red team, make sure you provide proper context, make sure you user test. You will never, oftentimes you won't know what a user is going to put into a prompt. And so really the only thing you can do is try and brute force it and get as much data as you can about what people might use it for. Because once data is in a large language model, it becomes a bit of a black box, right? It's basically like if you put something into a soup, you put carrot into a soup, it's very hard to get it back out, okay?
Hey, Robert. Thanks
Hi.
for the important talk. Really great talk. If any AI belongs in core, what is it?
Ooh.
Like, what initiatives do you feel, okay, this should be closer to core as opposed to, the fun experimental stuff on the outside? What is the foundational stuff we should have in a project that we can potentially then build and extend on or have as point features?
I think if we go back to the point of making WordPress as accessible as possible, right? Getting more people to use it, because that's part of the point of getting to 50%, right? You have to get more people to use it. Sometimes the way that the WordPress ecosystem has developed now, especially with the fact that everyone kind of does their own thing a little bit, is it can be a little bit disparate, and it takes a lot of research, a lot of testing in order to figure out what you want to do, right? Now I understand, like for example, Noel, you said, hey, there needs to be a curated, place to put all of this, right? Maybe a way that we can assist that, is by getting the data about what is most commonly used by new WordPress users, putting that into, say, or providing context to a large language model, and then giving an interface to new users and say, hey, what do you want to build, right? Just like you were saying, and it might output, hey, commonly, when you want to build a new, say, blog for yourself, this is what other people use, right? And that might just be the start. What I see in the future, right, and that might be just the first thing you bring into core. What I see in the future is that obviously agents are being created now, and part of agents is creating tools, right? Tools and plugins have a really, really similar kind of function in that all they are is basically scripts, packages, things like that, that allow you to do certain things. So I can see, say, for example, the ecosystem of WordPress developers out there, or in this case, maybe, generative AI engineers, right? Creating these tools, putting them into that marketplace, right? And creating the agents to be able to use them. And all the person needs to do and go, I want to do this. Oh, well, there's an agent and a tool for that. Let's create a workflow for that, right? There is already pipelines out there allow these agents and tools to work together. So that's something that you could implement into, say, core later.
Thank you so much, Robert. I think that's a question for today. I believe if anyone else have any more questions, you can always go to Robert later today at the conference. He will be happy to discuss with you. Okay. On behalf of WordCamp Asia, we would like to give you this thank you gift. Thank you again, Robert, for this amazing presentation.
Thank you so much. Oh, okay.
Our next presentation will start on 12. Sorry, 11. 11. Sorry.
What do you want me to say? Oh, I think I can hear me. I hear me out there. Perfect. Okay.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amy, your MC for this section. Our next speaker is Michelle Frechette from Rochester, New York, USA. She's the Director of Community Engagement at Stellar WP and the Executive Director at Post Status. In her talk, she will emphasize how the diversity within the WordPress community enriches us all. She will highlight the importance of ensuring inclusivity and welcoming everyone to participate fully. Let's welcome Michelle Frechette.
Thank you. Got it. Zhao En, good morning. It's so good to be here, and thank you for joining me today. As Amy said, I'm going to be speaking to you about underrepresentation and allyship today. And I want to give you first an opportunity to participate in allyship. Many of you may have seen I do a selfie challenge at WordCamps where I ask you to take a picture with me and tweet it or post it on social media with the hashtag Michelle and me. And what I do is I donate money, and other people donate money, and other businesses donate money, and I use that money to help underrepresented speakers and organizers attend WordCamps. So here's how you can participate. Take out your phone. Take out your phone. Turn around and take a selfie with me in the background, and then tweet it or post it on LinkedIn or any place with hashtag Michelle and me. And you will be helping. Thank you. See, we start today, and you already have an opportunity to help, which I think is wonderful. So thank you for participating. So what is underrepresentation? We are all part of the human race, and we are all very individual. So somewhere between everybody is a human, and I am just me, lies underrepresentation. So here I am on your stage today as an older, disabled, purple-haired woman. Now, not all of those qualify me as underrepresented. Perhaps I am underrepresented that I have purple hair, but that doesn't hold me back from doing the things that I want to do. And society, although they may think it looks strange, doesn't say she cannot participate because she has purple hair. But there are other parts about who I am and who each one of us may be that causes people to say, she doesn't belong here. First, she. Right there still is. Yesterday was International Women's Day, and there's still so much we need to do to help women progress in technology and in other fields that they may choose to participate in. I am a disabled woman. There are so many places that I cannot physically access. This WordCamp has been wonderful. There's ramps for people like me, and the hotel is perfect, and everything. I have not encountered any issues. But there are other places in this world where I have a lot of difficulties. WordCamp US 2 years ago was an incredibly difficult time in my life. The doors to the hotel did not open by themselves. The door to my bedroom at the hotel, I could not get in and out by myself. There wasn't a handicapped shower. I didn't have a way to get in and out of the bathtub. I got stuck in the bathroom of the hotel lobby because I couldn't reach the door to open it to go out. And I had to call somebody on my phone to say, can you let me out of the bathroom, please, right? So there's lots of things that people like me using mobility devices have difficulty with. That is one way that you can say that I am an underrepresented person. I am older than most people in technology. This is where you all say, you don't look old, Michelle. Thank you, thank you. I just love you all. But I am 55 years old and working in technology, which is fairly old for a woman in technology. And so that sets me apart as an underrepresented class. So I'm a woman, I'm disabled, and I'm older. So all three of those things apply to me. I'm part of the human race. I am sitting on this stage with Crocs on, and I am the only person in this room for whom that is true, but that doesn't make me underrepresented. It just makes me unique today. So you have to look at all of what makes a person and what that person is all about them to determine if it's underrepresented. So that's what underrepresentation means. What is allyship? So my computer doesn't even recognize allyship as a real word, but I promise you that it is. Allyship can also be called advocacy. There are things that we can do within our sphere of influence to help affect change and acceptance for people who have underrepresented classes. And that's what I want to talk about today, is how we can do that and do that better to help others be able to fully participate in WordPress specifically, in technology for sure, but also in life in general. And every single one of us, regardless of our own underrepresented status, can help other people with their underrepresented status as well. So the first thing we talk about is inclusion for underrepresented groups. I want to talk a little bit about underrepresented in tech. Has anybody here heard of underrepresented in tech already? So underrepresented in tech is a website that Ally Nimmons and I started 3.5 years ago. She's a young black queer woman, so she has underrepresented statuses as well, especially in the United States. And I, as I already said who I am, decided that she was in her 20s, I was in my 50s. We had all of these little boxes that we could check off that were underrepresented. And people would come to us as people in the community who have loud voices and say, do you know somebody who's black that could speak at my conference? Do you know a woman who I could ask to speak at my meetup? Or do you know somebody who's disabled or blind or fill in the blank that could maybe be part of my podcast, so that things weren't always looking like it's just white men in technology? And so we started to talk about, gosh, how can we help fill this gap where people are looking for people, they're trying to be more diverse and inclusive, but they don't know how to do that. And so we started a spreadsheet. And we started a spreadsheet of all the people we knew that had some sort of underrepresented status that we thought, well, I've heard that person speak before. They would probably be okay if I gave their name. And after about a week of populating the spreadsheet with people that we knew, we realized that the people that we knew weren't a big enough pool of people, and also may not want to be included. And that's where underrepresentedintech.com became something that all of you could access. So anyone who is an underrepresented person can opt into that database, and then anybody who's looking to be more diverse and inclusive can search the database and invite you to work for them, to speak for them, to be on a podcast, to whatever it is that you need. And so we now have a database of, I think, about 200 people who've opted into that, who have got jobs, who have been asked on podcasts, who have blogged for people, who have done short-term jobs and all of those things because they were in the database and somebody else could find them. We don't charge anything for that. Anybody can be in the database, anybody can search the database, and now we have so many more people than we ever could have known personally who can help fill those spaces and take advantage of opportunities that are afforded to them. So that's how it started, with us just saying, why don't we build a spreadsheet, to building this whole big project that now also includes a podcast where we talk about what it means to be underrepresented, where we talk about struggles that people in different minority groups within certain parts of the world struggle with, where what it means to be fat-shamed or ageism or any of the different things that people might encounter as a difficulty, or honestly, sometimes just hatred, and you can feel that, to be able to be included in the things that they want to be included in. So we talk about that on a regular basis. Had a little bit of a hiatus. Ally stepped away from the project at the end of last year. I have a brand new co-host that I'm not going to tell you who it is yet because it's a big secret coming out at the end of the month. But we're picking up the podcast again, and we're going to be reinvigorating the project with my new partner. I think you will like her. And she's not from the US, so we'll have more of an international flair and be able to talk about underrepresentation more than in just the United States. So I'm very excited about that. We are not charging anybody for anything. Sometimes people want to donate to us so that we can pay our servers and those kinds of things, but we don't even ask for donations. It simply is, it exists. It's not a 501c3. We're not asking for donations, but we want it to be available to people. At some day when I retire from being who I am and just decide to watch birds and cats all day long, I hope that somebody else will pick this project up. I will gladly hand it to them so that it can continue. That is one way to practice allyship. Do I think every single person in this room should start a podcast about it? No, that doesn't make sense, right? That's one way that I practice allyship, is to learn about people and share those opportunities. But every single one of us has an opportunity within events, products that we create, whether that's a digital product or not, projects that we run, the teams that we have, and creating inclusive and dedicated spaces. So let's talk about that a little bit. Events is one of the first places that we have noticed over the years, even before we started underrepresented in tech, that there was exclusion for people. I am going to be honest and tell you, I don't even remember what event it was, but there was an event about 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, where they had 10 speakers, and they were all men. And enough women said, this is ridiculous. And they started to talk about what was happening there. And then the organizer said, oh my gosh, we didn't even realize, because it is possible to be exclusionary and not even realize you're doing it because you are so used to working within the groups that you work in. And enough people started talking about it that some of the men dropped off the team, the speakers team, and they started inviting women, and none of the women were like, nuh-uh, I'm not going to be your token woman now that you've had all of this problem go on. So we have to look at how we can create opportunities for people to be on stages, to be on organizing teams, to be on podcasts and all of those things. But you have to do your research to find out who can we reach out to, how can we do those things. We talk about the fact that when you have an event like a WordCamp, we simply put out a call for speakers and cross our fingers and hope that the right people will apply and that we get some nice gender diversity and ethnic diversity and ableism diversity and all of those things. But is that enough? And so one of the things we talk about is you can build something like a WordCamp or any other event and put out a call to speakers and have as many people apply as possible, but you can always also ask people to apply. Now, when you ask somebody to apply, are you guaranteeing them a spot on the stage? Not necessarily, but you're saying to them, we want to hear your voice, and we really hope you'll present a topic that will fit with what we are presenting, what our overall theme is, and we would love to have you if that all works out. So now you have the opportunity for more people to apply to speak, and that's where you start to build that inclusion and see more diversity on stages like WordCamps. And I think we've done a really good job, especially here. This WordCamp has always been so diverse, so many women, so many opportunities. And it's been very exciting last year and this year to see that happen. But what does your call for speakers look like? If you have, let's say put WordCamp to the side for a moment. If you're just building an event for yourself and you're using, I'm not going to say AI-generated images. That's Robert's department if you were here for the talk before. But if you're using images like from stock photos, what am I seeing in that stock photo? Am I seeing myself? And it's important that in the imagery and the language that you use on your call for speakers, that anybody who's thinking about speaking sees themselves and sees the possibility of themselves in that space. I once was asked, what some of the work we've done over the years is look at other companies who hire us to say, is my application process to work at my company diverse? Why are we not seeing more women apply? And so we've been able to look at that. And one of the things I've talked about is there was one application that I saw where as you looked down along the application, it said things like, it gave the job description, and then it said, if you think you might be a good fit, please apply below. Well, to somebody who is not totally confident in the space, and for many underrepresented folks that may be true, if, think, might stop them from applying right there. So the language that we use matters. Products. I love to talk about products. So products should be available for all user groups, not just the people who are creating them. Back in the 50s and 60s, in the United States especially, this is where I'm from, so please bear with me if that's my experience, but in the 50s and 60s, they sold vacuum cleaners with advertising of women in high heels and pearls smiling while they clean their house, and men bought those vacuum cleaners to make their wives happy. Now, of the women in this room, is a vacuum cleaner what you want for a gift at Christmas or your birthday or Valentine's Day? Not usually. Maybe a Roomba so I don't have to actually vacuum, but other than that, no, right? So in the 70s, when more women were joining the workforce and going to school for marketing and joining marketing and advertising teams, they said, this is not why we buy a vacuum cleaner, because we can wear pearls and high heels and a pretty little dress to vacuum our house. I want a vacuum cleaner that'll clean up after my children and pick up the dirt that my dog drags in. And so the advertising around vacuum cleaners changed so that it was addressing the pain point that we're solving, cleaning your floor, as opposed to how happy and pretty you look when you're doing a household chore. So when we think about including people who will use our product in the design of our product, we have better opportunity to sell that product too. So if you are designing and you're including people in the decision-making process, in the design process, in the advertising process, who don't just look like you have a much better opportunity for success. As I say, can everybody look at themselves and see themselves using your product? But if they look at there and they see not so much, also, how many men do you think did the vacuum cleaning when they saw that you should be a pretty woman who is doing the vacuum cleaning, right? So the whole idea is that everybody should be included. But we also have better projects. So I have a couple of podcasts. You may have heard of some of them. And I am very careful, and not even on purpose, but I have always been inclusive in the podcast. So I have WP Coffee Talk is something that I've done for several years now. And I have spoken to people all over the world on 6 continents. So if you know anybody in Antarctica, please send them my way. But 6 continents in over 27 countries have been on my podcast. And so people who want to speak on my podcast have seen other people that look and sound like them. And it has to be in English, because that's all I speak. I'm sorry. But if you speak English, you can be on my podcast. But blogs, podcasts, workshops, webinars, all of those things are being more inclusive means that you are appealing to a wider audience as well. And you are talking to people who bring diverse and wonderful experiences to those conversations. We also develop better teams. How are you recruiting your teams? I talked about that application process. What does it look like? What language are you using? Are you encouraging people to scroll down and fill out that form? Or are you discouraging people from doing that? I would rather have 500 applicants for a job than 5 applicants for a job, because I can choose from a more diverse pool. I can look at more people for their qualifications when I'm looking that way. It should be easy for people to find your application. It should be easy for them to fill it out. You can always ask for more information, but looking at those kinds of things, what time of day are you doing interviews? How are they accessing emails? How are you doing all of that process makes a difference for inclusion. And then we should and can develop inclusive and dedicated spaces, safe spaces for underrepresented folks. And this is something that I think WordPress has done well and continues to do well, but can continue further to do well. So for example, for several years now, Black Press has existed. There's a Slack channel a Slack community that they have. blackpresswp.com is their website. There's a wonderful, inclusive, robust conversations happening all of the time. And it's also open to allies. So I am privileged to be part of the Slack community for Black Press. But as a white person, I also just provide resources and not opinion, because it is not my job in that group to try to control anything or to have opinions about things because it's not my underrepresented group. I don't fit there that way. But I bring to that group resources. I post job opportunities, I post calls for speakers and things like that that I'm aware of, so that other people in that group I'm showing my true allyship for. Last year, at WordCamp Phoenix, I gave a similar talk to this, and I talked about Black Press. And as a result of that, 3 different people at 3 different times approached me in the afternoon and said, is there a space like Black Press for the LGBTQ+ community? I spent a few hours that afternoon doing some research and discovered there wasn't. There wasn't a safe space like that. So at the after party, sitting at a table with people from the community and some people from a hosting company, I said, let's do it. Let's make it. I will be a resource. I will help you get it started, and then I will back up and let the community run itself. So we created LGBTQpress.com. And there's a Slack community for the rainbow community, as I've heard it sometimes called, the LGBTQ+ community. All of the people who fit in that demographic and want to be included have a safe space that they can work with one another to promote each other and share similar experiences and ask how you would handle something and all of those things, but have a resource group for one another as a safe space. There's a Ladies of WordPress Slack community that you can be part of if you're a woman. There are underrepresented gender release teams that we've had at WordPress. So we've had 2 of those, and those have been wonderful to participate in. So anybody can participate in those as well. The important thing is to ask yourself, do we have safe spaces for the different communities that might need those, might want those to be a resource for one another, and to find that support that only somebody in that community would understand the need for? And how could we create those safe spaces? If you see a need and you don't see a solution, you can be part of the solution in helping create that as an ally, and that's what allyship is about. How can we do that in tech? It's interesting, right? So like my college, when I went to college back in the 80s, we had, it was called, what was it called then? It was the, I can't remember. It was like an African-American resource group for the college students. And I remember thinking, well, we don't have white groups for people. And then I was like, oh, right, that was something they did in World War II. We shouldn't do that again. So you have to be careful about what kinds of groups you do create, too, because it should always be to help and uplift people who might not already have access to those things within themselves. And we can do that in tech because we do work remotely. We can create safe spaces like Slack. We can create websites and have these wonderful things. We can have Zoom calls. I've been privileged to sit in on some of the Zoom meetups for the Black Press community and just be a resource. And when they say, we don't know how to do this, or we don't have access to this, I say, well, in my role here, I can give you access to that. I can provide hosting. I can do other things and be able to be a resource to that group. And it's a privilege for me to be able to do that. But we can do that also within campuses and corporations. My daughter is a Black woman. She is a 32-year-old woman who is in banking, and on the weekends, she's a really awesome DJ. And she is the president of the North American African American Resource Group for her bank. And I watch her, and I think, I want to be like her. I want to be like my daughter. I want to do the things that she does to make the world a better place. So if you can find somebody who's doing those things, if you don't know how to start and you don't know how to do it, find somebody who's doing it already and watch what they do and ask questions and emulate and be a safe space for others too. Not all things are equal. This is very specifically US-based because that's the information I have, but it gives you an idea. Equal Pay Day is the point in the year in which a woman makes as much as a man did the previous year. So all women will make approximately the same amount of money for the same job as a man did in 1 year, in a year plus March 31st. For Asian women and Pacific Islander women, it's February 11th. I don't know why y'all get it better than us, but it's okay. It's okay. For Black women, it's not until August 13th. Native American women in the US, October 1st, and Latina women, it takes almost 2 full years for a Latina woman in the United States to earn the same amount of money for the same job as a man did in the prior year. And that's not fair. We need to do more to even that playing field. We talk about the proverbial table. People say, make more room at the table. guess what? The table's not real. The table can be as big as we need to. Nobody has to leave the table for other people to be able to join the table. Nobody's kicking you out because we want more representation at the table. We just want to be there with you. And so everybody can make that table a little bit bigger. You can always make more room. No such thing as crowding. When I was a kid, we have Thanksgiving in the United States. You've probably seen pictures of it. And Thanksgiving was when all the family would come together, make a big turkey. There was never enough room at the big table, and the kids had to sit in the kitchen or at the coffee table and all these other places and get relegated to other places in the house. But this table is big enough to include everybody, because you can make the table as big as you need to. And we can have more than one table. There's plenty of space. We don't have to feel threatened ever because we're making room for underrepresented folks to join us. But allyship requires intention. Is your intention performative or tokenizing, or do you really have a heart to help people? If it's performative and tokenizing, look inside yourself and do some work so that it's no longer performative and tokenizing, but truly intentional to help other people. Understanding your privilege is so important. I'm a white woman in the United States. I have more privilege than my daughter, who is a black woman. And I recognize that, and I do what I can for people like her to be able to have the same privilege that I do. Do the work to create those supportive and open and inclusive environments. Understand what the barriers for participation for others are so we can lower them. And then ask yourself, how can I create opportunities for other people? Because those of us with more privilege really do bear the responsibility to share that privilege with people who don't have as much as we do. And I have some resources for you. And I'm on time, which is amazing, right? Okay. Underrepresentedintech.com. There is nothing that you need to do other than use it, join it. We are not asking for anything. It's just a resource to serve for you. WP Career Pages is a place where you can go look for jobs. I created that as a resource for people to help. WPSpeakers.com. If you want to be a speaker in WordPress, you can join that database for free as well. And when people are looking for resources for WordCamps and meetups, I'll tell you a secret. I created WPSpeakers.com because I was looking for people to speak at my meetup and at WordCamps that I was part of. And I thought, if I'm having the difficulty of sourcing people, others are too. Let's create a resource for that. So use it. Become a member of it if you want to be a speaker. And if you are somebody who's finding speakers for your event, that's a great resource as well. blackpresswp.com is a wonderful resource, and lgbtqpress.com. I am available on Twitter/X at Michelle Ames, and my email address is michelle@stellarwp.com. I welcome any questions you have. If I can help you be a better ally, I would love to do that. And that's all I have.
Thank you so much, Michelle, for taking your time to share this important topic with us. Now we are open for Q&A.
I always say if there's no questions, I did a really good job explaining it to you. Yes.
Yeah, I just had one question about considering recent events in the U.S. With many companies wanting to be inclusive, especially in advertising. What's your opinion on that, and what could companies do to sort of mitigate the backlash that, especially with like the recent Bud Light controversy?
Yeah.
Or do you think corporations should not even be involved in trying to be inclusive in that way, trying to actually actively be inclusive?
So I'm always going to advocate for inclusivity, and I think that every company should try to be more inclusive, of course. I think that when a company gets backlash, they have to do some internal, they have to really think about where they want to go and what they want to say publicly. So with the Bud Light backlash, if you're not familiar with it, last year Bud Light put a trans woman on the can for a Bud Light beer. And there were people who were buying their beer just to run it over with their trucks, to make a statement about the fact that a trans woman shouldn't be on my beer can, right? That's just dumb, right? But it did affect their bottom line, because even though those people were buying beer to destroy it, other people were influenced by that good old boy, Southern, racist, transphobic community, and it did affect their bottom line for a while. I haven't checked yet to see if it's come back up. I probably think it has, because people are really loyal to their brands at some point in time, and so when that image was when Dylan's image was no longer on the can, I'm guessing that those made their way back into their refrigerators. But Bud Light didn't come out and say we made a mistake. And I think that's what was most important, is to stand by what you do and pivot so that you say, well, those are not the people we should be selling beer to. Maybe these are the people we should be selling our product to. And see what ways they can do that. And trust that, I mean, they weren't going to go bankrupt because of one campaign, right? So it was one of those things where they just had to evaluate and move forward. And I think it's going to look different for every company, exactly how they do that. But I would hate to see companies back down on making important statements in our world because of the force of negativity that would come as a result of that. One of the companies I've talked about on the podcast with Allie, that I'm a crier, so just so y'all know, but Etsy has done an amazing job over the last few years of inclusive advertising around the holidays. So much so that I see, one of them is a little girl who is an Asian girl whose name is unpronounceable by her teacher, right? Her teacher doesn't even make the effort to pronounce her name. But her mother gives her a necklace with her name on it. And I get goosebumps. I see that and I get goosebumps. There's another with a couple who are a gay couple, and they're going to the one person's parents' house for Christmas, and he's so nervous about meeting his partner's parents for the first time, and how will they accept him? I'm going to cry. But they give him a gift. He opens it up, and it's a hand created image of the two of them to hang on their Christmas tree. And I just blabber like an idiot when I see that, because I love the inclusion. Are people not buying from Etsy because of those commercials? Maybe, but Etsy doesn't care, because enough people are seeing their intent in their heart to be able to do that. And so if your brand takes a hit for a little while, Cheerios had the same thing. There was an interracial couple, and so many people decided they were going to boycott Cheerios because a white man shouldn't be married to a black woman. Oh, for crying out loud, that's not true, right? And so they took a little bit of a hit in a certain socioeconomic group classes, and then they continued what they're doing, and they're just as good as they ever were. So I don't know if that really answers your question, but I think it's really something that is a case-by-case situation. Yeah.
I wanted to return back to an experience you shared about joining the African American group, and you were providing resources.
Yes.
So I was curious about, as a potential ally who doesn't feel like you are a part of a group, where do you draw the line between kind of standing back and then providing resources objectively but not providing opinion, versus actively trying to create spaces to discuss these sensitive issues? Where do you draw the line?
You make mistakes. I've made mistakes. I've overstepped my bounds before, and that's when I learn. And when I approach with the right heart, I'm usually forgiven and corrected. And as long as I have a big enough, small enough ego to be able to accept correction, then I learn and I move on in a much better way. And then also look and see how other people are being allies and emulate what they're doing. But you will make mistakes, right? We make mistakes in our lives, we do. Most of what we do doesn't affect other people, and it's usually more embarrassing for us than them. So if I overstep and I'm like, oh, you should do this, and they're like, thanks, Michelle, that was a nice idea, go back to your corner, and kind of nobody says it that way. But that's how I feel, right, when somebody says that. And it can be very embarrassing, and it can make you want to just withdraw from the group. But most people see, if you're approaching with a good heart, and you're learning how to be an ally, you should never stop learning how to be an ally. Every day I get better at it. Every day I still make mistakes, if it's just in my own mind, and I correct myself sometimes. But as you work on allyship, you get better and better at understanding where those invisible boundaries are. And I have really trusted friends in groups that I say, would this be helpful if I suggested this to the group? Now, I never, ever rely on a black community to educate me about blackness. That is not their responsibility. But I can ask a trusted person, should I offer this, or is this overstepping? And that trusted person will give me advice because they know that I'm trying to help. So it's really just trial and error and being okay with being embarrassed and making mistakes. Thank you. That's a great question. Yes.
Hi, Michelle. Thank you. I was wondering if you know if there's something like Black Press or LGBTQ press for autistic people or maybe even disability in general?
I'm not aware of one, but just like last year at WordCamp Phoenix, come see me at the after party and maybe we'll get one started because that is a great opportunity. Now, I'm not going to run this one. I'm not running any of them, first of all, but I can't be the resource creator for everybody, but I can certainly give you some tools to get started. And I can find you hosting too, so talk to me later. Anybody else? Thank you so much for being here with me today and for listening and for trying to do better and be better as you go forward from today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Michelle. So if anyone have any more questions or anything you want to discuss with Michelle, I'm sure she will be happy to talk to you.
Yep. And you can always catch me at any of those places as well.
Take pictures. Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you, Michelle. On behalf of WordCamp, we would like to give you this gift back.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Thank you. Anybody want a picture? Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Wonderful. Thank you. Awesome.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now will be break time, lunch break.
check.
All right, I guess everyone's here. I'll just introduce myself because it's good to introduce the MC who's going to be blabbering a bit before the actual talk starts. Have you guys had lunch? Okay, that's not loud enough. Have you guys had lunch? Okay. No? I literally see a nodding. No? Well, you've got to go have lunch after this, okay? Okay, so yeah. First of all, a huge round of applause for yourself for making it through all the talks and everything, because you've obviously sat through all the talks and you've obviously enjoyed them. So please, give yourself a huge round of applause. Yeah, that was just a test to see how energetic you are. So can we have a huge round of applause for yourself? Okay, I'll take that one. That's 10 decibel more than what I heard earlier. Okay, cool. So my name is Ashutosh. I'll be the MC for today. And the speaker, can we put up the slide for the speaker, of course? Yeah. So our next speaker, as you see on the screen, Benjamin. Benjamin has been, doing WordPress websites since 2010. That is literally 6 years after WordPress came into existence. So trust me, this guy has seen all the WordPress versions, mostly all the WordPress versions. At the moment, he's working with Gambit Technologies and the people behind Stackable, WordPress, builder that WordPress, block builder that is being used by so many people. And Benjamin himself has launched many plugins which have been used across the globe by 150,000 people, like more than 150,000 people. They're being used out there. So among your applause, I'd like to welcome Benjamin on stage. So please give your hands for Benjamin, who will be talking about this talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So welcome to my talk. It's how to achieve an efficient workflow with the site editor and the block editor. So as he said a while ago, I'm Benjamin Ental. So I'm the founder and lead developer of Stackable and WP Interactions, which is a new plugin that we're coming out with. I've been developing with WordPress since 2010. So, and if you have any socials, so you can find me at BF Intel and almost everywhere. So our agenda for today is, first I'll talk about who is this for, why do we even need this kind of talk, and how do we actually achieve an efficient workflow with the site editor and the block editor, and how about what if we're dealing with multiple websites. So who is this talk for? So we're definitely not going to talk about database stuff. There's no performance optimizations now, no coding standards. It's not about how to manage multiple websites or the best cowboy coding tactics. Although if you're doing this, just make sure you have FTP access. And then, so show of hands, who here has built a complete website with just the site editor? Okay, just a few. So hopefully after this, you might want to try using the site editor. So this talk is for people who are using or you want to use the site editor and the block editor, and you want to get good at it. And it's for people who are already designing entire websites, and it can be also a primer if you want to get started with it. So my goal with this talk is for you to at least say once, aha, I didn't know that you could do that. So this talk is just actually quite simple. I'm here to give you some actionable tips that you can use in your day-to-day life when using the block editor and site editor. So when I was thinking about the topic that to share with you here in WordCamp Asia, I was sure it was going to be about the block editor and the site editor, because in my day-to-day life with being the head of the dev team in Stackable, which is a block plugin, and WP Interactions, which is also a block plugin, if you look at my screen, it's always going to be either the login screen of WordPress, because it logged me out, or it would be the block editor, because I'll be just there fixing bugs with our blocks, creating new features, creating new blocks, and tinkering around and exploring what are the new things. So over the past couple of years, I've learned a thing or two about how to be efficient when dealing with blocks. So I've been doing this since the beta of Gutenberg back in 2018. So I thought I could compile everything that I have learned and share with you. So I think we need a talk about efficiency in the block editor, because these two have changed the way how we do things. I won't go into the entire history, But for so long, we've been doing the same things over and over again using the same type of tools. But now, things are changing, and they keep on changing. So the block editor and site editor have been here for quite a while, but they're still constantly changing, and they're constantly being improved, all thanks to the help of the contributors, who are all doing a phenomenal job. Things that are hard to do before are starting to become easier. But if you just look at it from the surface, the block editor still looks the same as before, but a lot has changed under the hood. So what does it mean if we want to achieve an efficient workflow? So it's definitely not just about speed. It is about speed, but not just. Because if it's all about speed, then what you can do is just use one of those new lightweight mouse that are hollow, and then just practice clicking and increase your average clicks per minute. But it's also about making things less of a hassle, achieving things with less clicks, and to have a more enjoyable editing experience. It's definitely not about memorizing a bunch of shortcuts, because that's a bit boring. And honestly, I find it a bit hard to memorize a lot of shortcuts, especially if you're not using them all the time. For me, an efficient workflow is a smart way of doing things. So imagine the time before when we didn't have the block editor yet, or the site editor. What does it mean to be efficient? So we have our header and footer and template editors. Page builders and template editors handled this very well. They helped us achieve efficiency. And then to make building pages quicker, we use templates. So you can use those as an easy starting point to build our About Us pages, Contact Us pages. And then if you needed a good theme that had loads of good settings in the theme customizer. And then you have your trusty shortcodes. So we basically had to work around the classic editor because we essentially needed to lay out everything inside the text editor. So we had to use shortcodes. So if someone's watching this from the future, if you don't know what shortcodes are, they are kind of like HTML, but you use square brackets. So it's simple, but the more arguments you have, it gets more complex. So page builders also gave us a good rescue over there by giving us new UIs so we can create them easily. And you have code snippets because WordPress is so customizable, so pluggable, and sometimes we just need to add some tiny changes to suit our needs, like disable the admin bar or disable search, or add the PayPal button. So personally, what I did before was I created a custom plugin that contains nothing, and then every time I need a custom snippet, I'll just plop it in there, cowboy coding style. But I made sure I had FTP access. And then lastly, custom fields. These are just powerful efficiency tools, which are data, and then are optionally tied up to a post. So this made things very easy when we're creating templates. So this is the classic way of being efficient. Now, if we're doing the block way, these are the counterparts. So for the header, footer, and template builder, you have your site editor. And then for templates, you have your patterns. The customizer is now the block theme settings. Shortcodes are now blocks, and the two are still the same. So I made the 4 points here color blue, because that means that these are the only things that changed. So if you were efficient before, and you're hesitant to change to blocks, and now you're using blocks, you just have to be efficient in these 4 areas, and you'll be as efficient or even more efficient than before. So how do we do this? Let's move on to some actionable things. How do we become efficient with the site editor? You can think of the site editor as like the foundation of a construction site. I don't know anything about construction, but I saw this picture and I wanted to use it. But in my imagination, if you prep it right, then it would do wonders. So the site editor replaces our header, footer, and template builder, and our theme customizer, so it's a biggie. My first step would be to use the default 2024 theme. So using this gives us 3 things. Since it is a block theme, it unlocks the site editor. Number two, it's specifically made to leverage all of the cool new editor features we have in WordPress now and what's coming in the future. And number three, the default theme is a chameleon, hence the picture. You can change it in so many ways, and you can use it, and you can change it into virtually any type of website. If you take a look at all our past default themes, the earlier ones are definitely made to be for blogging sites. And then you have 2014, which kind of looks like a magazine site. And then afterwards, slowly it's like we're transforming into a cleaner and more modern minimalist look. And those can work as a foundation for, let's say, a client site. Although you really had to use plugins and add some custom CSS code in there so that you can change things, because if not, they will still look like the default theme. So you'll still have a semblance that someone's using a default theme in a client site. But for me, 2024 it's like it was meant to be a starting point or a foundation for a new site. So here's the site editor for the default theme. By the way, the screen captures are from a beta version of WordPress 6.5. I placed a QR code over there. If you scan it, it opens a WordPress playground for 6.5 beta. So what's happening in the screen right now is we're scrolling through the different styles that are available in 2024. So this is just the default theme, and you'll notice that the colors are changing, but not only those, even the font and the button size and the button border radius are all changing. So it's not just colors. And these are the only preset styles, but you can use them as the starting point and customize them. So let's say I pick the black style. And then when you click on the pencil icon, you can further customize things in the style panel. You can change your text font, text colors, button colors. Now these changes aren't just local in this site, in this screen, but it's available across your entire site. So these global changes are what's essential to making your workflow efficient. So whenever now you add a new heading block or a new button block, then they would also get all of these changes. So my next tip is you can adjust the appearance of all your blocks. So if you click on the blocks area, you'll see all of your native blocks. And you can select one, or you can from the side, or you can select one in the middle in the editor. And let's say I want to edit all of my buttons. I just click on it, and all of the button settings appear, and I can change any aspect of my button block. And you can even go further and change or add some custom CSS specific only for buttons. So right now, I'm editing the paddings, the sizes, but I can also add a box shadow. I don't know if this looks good, but I added the box shadow that's white so that it's visible. So now the button has a white box shadow. And after a quick save, then all the blocks would have these adjusted styles. And then the best part of this is if I'm adding a new button block, it would also have the styles. And when I add a new pattern, and then that pattern also uses the button block, then that would also have the styles. So this one, I'm going to choose that one. There. So everything's global. Next, let's jump back to colors. So we've picked a dark color style. And then by picking that, it changed our entire color palette. Now, this color palette isn't only something that's used to pick colors. It also has a global trick up its sleeve. So these colors correspond to something in the site, and these are all global as well. If you change something, then the rest would also follow suit. So let's say I'll change this base color here. Now, if you change the color for this slot, you're not only just changing the slot, but you're also changing everything that uses the color. So this is another way to style things globally. Alternatively, instead of changing your existing palette, you can add a custom color. So this custom color isn't also just a slot. It also has some global powers. So when you use that color in your blocks, let's say this heading block and that button block, then those colors would also have the global effects. So you can change the color afterwards if you need some tweaking, and then everything would also follow. There, I'm changing it to, I think, green and then blue, and then they all also change. Now let's move on to templates. With the site editor, you have the control over all your templates, your headers, footers, blog page, 404 page, archive pages, page templates. You have full control over all of them. Now this for me is a game changer, because before, you had to use plugins or a specialized theme to have free reign over all of these. Now, your site editor is your built-in template editor. Now let's look at something you normally would do. You change your default 404 page. With the site editor, you just click on it, and then change the, let's say I'm changing the text, and then you just save it, and then now your 404 page will be this one. Traditionally, if you wanted to do this without any plugins, without a builder, you'd need to create a page, and then find a plugin that allows you to assign that page to be your 404 page. So my next tip is about page templates. So it's way easier to create them now. So let's say you want to create a landing page. And sometimes when you create landing pages, you want it isolated from the rest of your site. You don't want your headers, your title in there. You just want the content and just full reign over the content. So you can use page templates for that. But what if, like this one, I don't have an existing page template? Here, the header is still there. I want it gone. So what I can do is I can create one, just give it a name, and then now I'm actually editing it right now without even leaving the page. So I just remove all the stuff that I don't need, and then save it, and now I have my blank page template without using any other plugin. There. So no headers and no footers anymore. So templates are really great, and they're really comprehensive. If you're creating your templates, it can even pick up any custom post types you have or any custom taxonomies. You can even have different templates per post category. So I was just giving tips, but if you think about it, if you bring it back to the title, it also works as a workflow. So you have step 1. You can customize the look of your entire site using the site editor. Then you jump on step 2, customize all the blocks so that they look all coherent. Step 3, customize your global palette, because this will really help if you need to tweak something further on. And number 4, customize all your templates. And now, after all of these steps, when you create a new page, it will all fit in. And the best part is, we're just doing things without any plugins and all natively. So some just minor tips that you might find interesting. So you can set your block spacing to 0 if you want full control over the spacing. Because your theme is a bit opinionated, as it should be, because it wants you to help you. So if you want pixel-perfect designs, you can just set the spacing to 0 so that everything would be side by side. And this also solves some issues. If you can't find the setting and then there's a space somewhere, this can solve it. Next, you can still have your site-wide CSS or additional CSS. This was available in the customizer before, and it's still there. It's just sometimes hard to see. And lastly, you can bring up the command palette from the site editor by hitting Command K or Control K. This is very helpful for navigating around if you're not yet familiar with the editor. And you can even type in your title of a post, and you can start editing it right away. So now that we have a strong foundation of the site editor, let's jump on to the block editor. Or rather, how about editing your posts? So let's say we want to recreate this very typical 3-column layout on the top right. And we are going to do things the inefficient way, or rather, if you don't know yet how to do things efficiently. I clocked myself. Now, this is not a real benchmark, but a strict benchmark, but I clocked myself doing this at 1 minute and 8 seconds. It's a lot of clicking everywhere, looking for the block. But I'm not going to finish this because I might run out of time. But trust me, it's 1 minute and 8 seconds. So it's a lot of typing and then doing things all over again. So one thing you can improve on this is by using slash to insert your blocks. I'm sure a lot of people know this, but you can use slash and then type in your block and then hit enter to quickly add it. You can also use markdown shortcuts, your hash, or you can type hash and then space to turn it into a heading, or a dash and space to make it into bullets. You can do that. Next, the block toolbar also contains a few more helpful features aside from just formatting text. My favorite so far is the leftmost button. So it's the parent selector button. If you have a lot of nested blocks, you can use it to quickly traverse up the chain. So you can use it if you have a lot of nested blocks and you want to edit something in the parent quickly. And the next button you can use to edit the style, change the style, or transform your block into another one. And the last 3 dots button, that's where the add before and add after buttons are, to quickly add blocks. Now this one for me is a very simple but really very helpful and time saver tip. Normally you use the inserter button to add blocks, but if you have something, a block selected, you can just hit enter or return, and you can quickly add a block afterwards. So you can do this, I think, with almost any block. And then if you need to memorize at least 2 shortcuts, my recommendations are just delete and duplicate. Because if you use your normal backspace or your normal delete key, it's contextual. So it will delete wherever your cursor is, so you can delete text. But for this one, it's a surefire way to delete entire blocks or duplicate entire sections. And of course, you can always use your Command-C and Command-V. So my last tip for the block editor is use the list view. It's accessible in the top left, and it eases your mind because you can see everything. You can see everything very easily how it's built. So it's very helpful. Let's say you use a pattern, and then you didn't make the pattern, and then just open it, and now you can see how you can better adjust things. So now with those efficiencies, let's see how we can do things now with, by now, instead of clicking the inserters, we now use slash, and we now use the toolbar to select the parent, and I'm pressing enter now to insert new text, and now we can cut our time from 1 minute 8 seconds to just 36 seconds. So that's huge savings, especially if you're creating a lot of websites. So patterns. So at its base, patterns are just prefabricated groups of blocks. So there are 2 types of patterns. Your regular patterns, like you can see here. So you can just use them as your starting point for your sites. So it's just like your typical template. So you use them, and then you edit them, and that's it. But you have your second type of patterns, which are sync patterns. They were called reusable blocks, but they're still the same. So it's just you have one block, you have one reusable pattern, and it's synced across your entire site. If you edit one, then everyone will follow suit. But now, starting WordPress 6.5, you also have instance overrides. So instance overrides is a game changer for this, because it allows you, instead of having just sync patterns, it now turns them into small templates. So let's see that in action. For here, I have only your regular sync patterns. So in my screen, it's just a pattern. 2 patterns I reused, but it's the same one. And if you click on it, all you can do is just edit it. And if you edit it, because you want to change something, let's say that picture, if you change it and save it, then all the rest of the patterns that you used would still be the same, would also reflect those change. There, so if I scroll down, it's the same picture now. With instance override, you can edit the pattern and set something to be overrideable, if that's the word. Then you just check on this, and now you're setting it that every time you use a pattern, you can now have it to be a different type of content. So you can do it in with multiple blocks with the same pattern. And now, if I click on that pattern, I now have 2 new content areas, and I can edit the image. And if I edit the image, you'll see that I edited it, but if I scroll down, the other sync pattern that I have still has the old one. So now it's really like small templates that you can reuse anywhere. So we also have a pattern directory. And when you access it, there'll just be a copy button beside every pattern. You can copy it, and then go inside your editor and then paste it. It's also a very easy way for anyone to contribute because there's a block editor available right there. If you just create a pattern, just give it a name, and then submit, and then you've already contributed to the project. So blocks. Blocks are the fundamental parts of the block editor. That's the name. So how can we be efficient with them? For me, I don't think that you need to create your own blocks, especially if the reason for creating your own block is something about layouts. So I created a short algorithm here on whether you should or should not create a new block. So if you are creating a section, then maybe just use a sync pattern. If you're missing an option in a native block, then maybe try a third-party block or a block library, like Stackable. And then, if you need something special, a special script or some special markdown, then you can just use the custom HTML block, especially if this is just one-off. Now, if you need some special functionality, maybe try doing all those 3. And then if all else fails, then create your new block. So why? Because Gutenberg development is rapid. So a lot of things change all the time. So when a lot of things change, a lot of things can get broken also if you have custom code in there. So it's another thing that you have to maintain. And every time you need to maintain something, your efficiency goes down. And there are a lot of good alternatives out there. So how about when dealing with multiple sites? Now you have one site, it's good to go, it's ready, and now you want to create another site. How do you deal with that? So first, you can export your patterns. If you export your patterns, you'll get JSON files, and then you can build your own collection of patterns. And then every time you need them, you can just export them, or rather import them into your new site, and the patterns will become available. But the better thing for me is you can export all your changes as a new block theme. Forgot to hit play. Okay, so this whole talk, we've been changing this theme over here. We have changed the colors, and we customized the color palette and blocks, and changed the 404 page and added a blank page template. You can export all of those by heading over to the site editor and just clicking the export button. And you will just end up with a zip file. There, this is the export button. If you click on it, you'll get the zip file. Now, the zip file, if you just open it, you'll notice it's just your regular block theme. It has all the innards of a block theme. You have your theme.json file, template files, and more. So what can you do with it? You can import it or activate it in another website. So I have here a blank site. It just looks like the earlier one we had, but it's blank. So it just has the default theme, but nothing in it. No settings, nothing yet. So what I can do here is I can activate the theme, or upload and activate the theme that we just downloaded. So there, I'm going to upload it. And after I upload it, if you check in the front end, all our previous settings are now there. So you can see that it's now activated because it says here 2024/MyStarterTheme. So I renamed the exported file. So when you check in the front end, now all of the settings are there. All of our 404 pages and everything, it's all there. So for multiple websites, what you can do is you can use the default 2024 theme because you're now experts with the site editor. Or you can just use the exported block theme that you just exported a while ago. And lastly, a bonus tip, that exported zip file, you can actually submit it to the theme directory and contribute. You just have to change the picture, change the name, change some other things, and submit it. So this is also another way to contribute to the project. That's it. Thank you.
Guys, like after a wonderful event and this great talk, I'd love to know if you guys have any questions for Benjamin, and that'll be great if you guys do have questions. So any questions? Because if you don't, I'll ask my questions. I love talking. Okay, thank you so much. Please do that.
Very interesting talk, thanks. I'm quite impressed how far this block theme has come. I'm not used to it. I'm using Divi. Do you still see some cases where page builders like Divi or Elementor make more sense?
I think it depends on the use case. I'm sure not everyone would be. Since it's an open source project, we have always alternatives. So to each his own. So if you're more comfortable with using that, then it's totally okay. But I'm sure you can use also. Sometimes there's going to be some interconnectivity with the new stuff in the site editor. Maybe there will be some ways they can interconnect with each other. Then that would also help. But I don't see that page builders and other solutions, I don't think that they will go away anytime soon. Because the more tools we have, and then that's just better for everyone.
Thanks.
Any other questions, guys? Please. Yeah.
Hello, and thank you for the presentation. I use a lot of the site editor. I want to know that the template log function, and there is a template log called content only. And I use it a lot, but it is really limited. And I saw the pattern that can, I forgot, the allow to change something.
Yeah, the
and
instance override.
Override, yeah. And it seems like it's really like the content-only template log. And I want to ask, can that function replace the content-only template log that have more flexibility to let user to change anything else using the pattern?
I think it can, because the template lock, I think it's mostly used for so that you don't change something in the certain group of blocks. But this is more for reusability. So it's like that one, it's ensuring that you don't touch something. And then in this one, it's more of, you can use it to build like small templates. So it's a different use case, a different intention, but I think it can also work. You can also use that for that.
Yeah. Does that answer your question? Okay, great. So I'll just ask, oh, sorry, please, go ahead. Mine is a really non-technical question, so all yours.
Not so much a question, but unfortunately the pattern overrides has been punted to 6.6.
Ah.
There were a few issues and ongoing discussions about the best way to implement it, which were, it's made it too tight to get into 6.5. It will continue in the Gutenberg plugin,
that's
but
too
it
bad.
just won't be available in the 6.5 release.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. So I didn't know that because it was, busy.
Firstly, thanks for the presentation. I wanted to know, are there any inefficiencies that you could point out?
Not. No, not really for me. I can get back to you at that, but for now, well, it's not that there are inefficiencies for me, but there's just a lot of room for improvement that we're doing right now. So and then eventually we'll have more and more solutions for efficiency.
Maybe I should have rephrased it, but are there any features that are stopping you being as efficient as you would like to be, or anything on a wish list?
Oh, in my wish list?
Yeah.
Well, the feature that got punted, that's a huge thing.
You can talk to him then.
Anybody else who'd like to ask a question? Or has certain suggestions? I'll just rephrase it. Great. So, Benjamin, you've been working a long time with WordPress. I mean, what was the earliest version that you saw that you worked on?
I think I worked on WordPress 3.1.
Oh wow, that's quite way back. So
Yeah.
what was it like? I started off really late. So, could you just tell us what was it like? And well, not the the negative part, but yeah, of course.
Well, it pretty much stayed the same until WordPress 5 came out, and then the block editor was introduced. Back then, the really new thing was that you can now reorder things, and you had a new UI when you were creating your menu.
I'm sure you did work before WordPress as well on websites, right?
Yeah.
So what mesmerized you with the WordPress backend that you're like, okay, fine, this is my love now?
So I used to do other CMSs before, but when I discovered WordPress, it had good documentation, and then it also had a good community. So these WordCamps, actually. So it was like, what? There's a convention for software? So that one really resonated with us.
And what was your first WordCamp that you ever attended? In what year and what was the WordCamp?
There was a meetup in the Philippines back in 2014, and then that's my first meetup. So I met a lot of good people there.
And then you didn't stop, right?
Well, I stopped during the pandemic.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't stop working, of course, but yeah, you
Yep.
did stop the...
But I started, along with my team, really going into WordCamps and contributing and then speaking just last year.
Got it. So WordPress for the win, guys. So that's what it is. So huge round of applause for our speaker. And we have a token of appreciation for you for being such a wonderful speaker out here.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, let me take a photo last time.
I'll hold this up. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, guys, just a couple of announcements. 3:30, you all know that there's going to be a session with Ask Me Anything with Matt, of course, and you're going to be there, of course, and there's no saying about that. But after that, we've got the raffle session. So all of you who are got their fingers crossed, this one's for you. I mean, I got my fingers crossed all along, but still waiting for the iPads and the DJI drone and everything to be won. I don't know how many I entered. And after that, of course, how many of you like to party? Of course, there's an after party, so we'll see you guys there. And that's about it for this track. And thank you so much for coming. Thanks a lot.